Oh, good lord. Alright. Hello, and welcome back to some good old art. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone's having, oh, pardon me, a good one. Sorry, I'm like half done with breakfast, so I'm still in that kind of stage of getting shit together. I have like one little bit left to eat for breakfast and a coffee, so please forgive my tardiness. Alright, so today I've kind of set today as a day where I'm going to do a lot of prototyping. So that means we're going to probably be like going back and forth a lot. I don't know what we're going to end up with as our final result for this, but this is what we worked on at the very end of the last creative stream we did, which was spent mostly finishing off another piece, but at the like last, I want to say hour or whatever, I sketched around with this idea, playing on the thing of developing the model design more. The model's gone through a lot of iterations at this point of designs. It has seen all sorts of ideas go through it. I think the most original idea of, or like the most like baseline foundation of the idea, we can find it, that has like informed a lot of what the decisions that have been made about the design. This was the original design, right? Now, this was done quite some time ago, and I still like it. I still like it a lot. However, I feel like something I wrestle with in VTubing a lot, and this is a personal thing, this is not against anyone if this is potentially conceived in that way, is the idea that like a lot of VTubers tend to look fairly the same, to me, and there's nothing wrong with that, it's a pretty good thing, but I like some of my favorite streamers I've ever, or like some of my favorite VTubers that I've just found, either early on in their career or much later on. But Juniper's a great example of this. Juniper, you could argue her model looks like kind of similar to a lot of others, but it's partly because she was fairly early on in it, so she kind of set a standard. But her stuff has always been really high quality and always been designed by herself. And the more I look at VTubers, some of the designs that have always grabbed me the most are ones designed and made by the person to be unique and interesting, right? That kind of helps create this charm of like they've got their tales of the creation and everything like that, and it also means they get to put a much more personal twist on it than potentially someone ordering a model would. Finally drawing a cool guy instead of a hot girl. I mean, we could draw a hot girl at some point as well. This is just the priority for today. But yeah, hey you videos, hey, how's it going? So that's why it's like, so you're making your own model soon? I'm drafting up the idea. We've actually played around with how to make a model slightly on stream. Sorry. And from that I learned like what I need to actually have done before, because like we played around in Live 2D for basically an hour or two. with one design we had. And we did it purely for the idea of learning what needs to be done, what needs to kind of like, what layers need to be done, all that sort of stuff. And this is my attempt at like just trying to refine the base design down. Again, going from that original design, I'll pull that back up because we're probably going to need to reference it a lot. This one. Going from that original design to then later we did a lot of other stuff, but like the most recent kind of other attempt at it was the chibi model, which was what we actually did do with the thing, right? Playing around with the idea of it all. So it becomes a question of like, how do I want this to look? What details do I want to have in the project? So this is very much your draft mock-up. Luckily enough as well, I've done all this to a layer that I can like remove from very easily. So if I want to scrap this design or redo a design or something, I can do that relatively easily. In fact, I might folder this internally. You into the folder and call you there we go. That way I can segment it out a bit easier. Alright. So with this design, we've got Demon, Dragon, and Fallen Angel are the main aesthetics that I'm working with. That's what we're kind of like developing from. Now, what does that kind of mean? Well, there's a lot that kind of come under that banner. It's a very big banner, right? Like, demons have a wide range of anywhere between like very imp-esque sort of energy to can look very humanoid. Now, because we're kind of going with like an in-between of a lot of these, because again, these are some of my favorite aesthetics in stuff. Missing out on like obviously like Fox designs, like Kitsune and stuff like that, I absolutely love. But I feel like at that point in time, I would be fighting too many different ways. Fallen Angel though is like, it's more of a stylistic thing for both the character and like the character design and the personality design, right? I've always really come to love storylines where, and like I'll explain it like this, because again, this is why you'll hear me say the Fallen Angel like a thing so often, is I love a character that isn't per se good or bad, it's that their way of thinking doesn't work within the context that they're in, right? So, per se, you're not a bad guy, you're a bad guy to this thing. Which means that you kind of fall from grace because of that. It's everyone agrees to this one idea, when everyone subscribes to this one idea, and then you question it, and because of that, you're considered bad. Which, yes, this is literally me saying, like, I really like Lucifer, like, in terms of a story character. I've always enjoyed it. Again, it's very anti-hero in that sense. It's someone that abides by their own potential moral code or compass. Now, can that lead to problematic things, again, I will immediately point at the amount of times where that kind of character, and I still like them, are like serial killers, and it's like, I just kill everyone because I don't see the value in them. And I'm like, I get you though. Like, you're a cool guy. I like watching you go. Would I want to, like, do I condone that sort of personality? No! Because I don't want to die! But it's that idea. But going back to it, so Demon and Dragon are more just actual raw stylistic. However, there is a common trait those two have that Fallen Angel doesn't consistently have, which is a sense of pride, right? Dragons and demons tend to be quite prideful beings. There tends to be a sense of nobility with them. So there's that sort of aspect as well. Now that I've gone on for like a good fucking 10 minutes almost on why I like Fallen Angels, what we've got is the design at the moment. So again, looking back at these designs, we've always kind of had in like good dress attire, right? So the reason why this design matters so much to me is because this is literally an outfit I wear. Like, I literally just wear this. In fact, I wore this a lot of my life. I found a purple shirt at a bargain value, like, secondhand clothes shop. And then I found an exact copy of that same dress shirt, like, years later. So I just keep wearing that purple dress shirt because I fucking love it. And then I have vests and I have either jeans or dress pants. And I tend to wear the slightly pointed dress shoes. So this is literally something I wear. That's where this design comes from. And in this design as well, you can still see very Fallen Angel / demon aesthetic. Now, when we've moved along with the design a lot, I eventually changed up the horns to be more like draconic and crown-like, because I thought that would be interesting to play around with. I'm not against that still. And then with recent time, we've still got pretty much all the same outfit except no vest, and we've gone with the jacket kind of thing, which is partly because this model that I currently use has that, and it is a little familiarity. So then we come to here. Now, I should also mention a big design point as well on how I do things kind of came from when we did this thumbnail last year. Which again, this is when like Icon created down an idea of doing a female version of the character, and you can still see like this is very much that same outfit, except this is actually what I wear more often because I don't put on the vest. The other part is that I've always tried to keep him with long hair because I tend to have long hair. However, the more I like played around with the ideas, the more I've come to like sit there and go, okay, while I like a lot of the details that I have that make the model feel like me, right? They're not necessarily making the model feel like what I want to be. And that's kind of the difference that I've come to like want to do with this so far, is the idea of like, it's not who I am per se, it's who I want to be. So that's where we get to this development. Now, what's informing this design is a lot of things, honestly. It's very isekai-esque, very like fantasy story-esque, very much what you'd see with demons and such like that in those, as well as and I'm not disputing this in the slightest, Hazbin Hotel has reminded me how much I liked a lot of that sort of aesthetic from when I was a kid, basically. Like, I actually really like that animation style, and, like, the disproportionate over-exaggeration of certain parts of a person to, like, really cement home, the details that you want to show off. So, Alistair, one of my favorite characters from it, is a great example point of this. If we... Hotel... Alistair, sorry. So this is him here. And I cannot stress enough how much I adore his design. So this is basically what his design looks like normally, and you can see exactly what I mean, is that what do we want to accentuate with him? Well, his head is a big point. We need to accentuate the smile. We need to accentuate this flow and tallness of the character. So we've made an extremely, extremely tiny waist and extremely thin arms at the top ends, so we can have, like, it very notable that he's tall. Then you get some of the beauty of, there are scenes where he sort of transforms. We've actually seen he can be quite a big, scary fella. This is actually from a scene. This is him transforming, and he's now about the same size as, like, a 2-story building. And you get to see that, what have we changed about his design? Well, his chest has become more bulky. His neck has become deformed. His head has become more rigid, and the eyes have become more notable alongside the smile. But we're still keeping the very thin parts of his body to kind of give this alien-esque monster vibe, which is the big difference there. So, that's why in this you can see that the baseline design stuff that I've got, if we hide away this, is that, like, it's slightly thinner of a body, a lot more of an upper body point, and the legs are a little bit more narrow. The arms also slightly are just more, in general, chunky by where the hand point is. Just to kind of play around with that idea. And the head is obviously a little bit larger than it would probably be in a more natural setting. Now, I want to stress, I am nowhere near, like, saying, yes, this is what I want to work with. I could scrap this entire thing and start again if, I don't like it. But I'm liking it for now. The direction, at least. I still think the smile needs work, and I'm not sure what yet. But one of the, what informs one of the design points of Alistair is that he, I believe, if I remember correctly, has only not smiled once in the entire series so far. His face is stuck smiling. And this is partly because he's designed off, with the song in mind from Annie, the play Annie, which is never fully dressed without a smile. So I want to play with a very demonic, very intense smile that plays on a bit of dialogue that was said in the series, which was, smiles are powerful. Smiles and, smiles encourage your allies and keep your enemies guessing, right? And I like that idea. I really like playing around with that idea. So that's kind of where I want to work on a little bit right now. I'm going to work on that the most at this stage. So, before what we had here was very human-esque teeth style, but like very large and chalky. I tried to like give them a little bit of differentiation to make it look interesting, but I don't think I nailed it. So, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take the current smile here, rip it out, paste it back in, so I can have it on a different layer. And I'm going to fade it out. I'm going to try some modifications. So, the other face design that I actually quite liked from Has-Been was Vox, which was this guy. So I absolutely love this face that he has. Right? I actually think Vox is a really cool design. And I genuinely enjoyed his character, especially the back and forth with him and Alistair. So, the thing that those two characters have very much obviously in common is that their teeth are sharp. In fact, Vox's is more very shark-esque, I would argue, which is partly a design decision. Whereas Alistair's is more creature-esque, I guess is how you could probably put it. Again, one of the nice details you get with Alistair is that he tends to actually only have, like, a very small amount of teeth, but the more intense the scene, or the more intense his transformation, the more teeth he has. Or how it appears, which is always quite an interesting little detail. But we could just... No. Let's start from the center of this, to get this right. See, I don't quite like how that looks with that design. Because that starts feeling, again, that looks very shark-esque, almost. Hello, replacement father figure. Hey, Eugene, how's it going? Actually, no, you know what that reminds me of, that face? And I'm not quite happy that this is what it reminds me of. Weirdly enough. Is these guys, the Wendigos from Until Dawn. I'm not sure that's what I want. I'm I'm trying to figure out why is that giving me that vibe instead. He's not bald or alien, you're fine, yeah. I'm trying to think. Is it... Because I need to have more aggressive, like, lipping points. So, say we do this. It looks slightly better, but I still don't think that's quite where I'm going with it. Right, I think... I think they just don't match the design that we're going with, because the design's already got a lot of spikiness in this area. I also think the smile's now too low down, with the top of it being like further down like that. I imagine he has a business polite smile with a crazy punk outfit. Actually, I mean, yeah, like, it's because it's, again, the question is that we're putting forward. The one thing I'm maybe overdoing is, again, this term here is going to inform what we're doing, which is never fully dressed without a smile, right? I want the character to feel almost concerningly like they look like they're smiling all the time when they it's like, okay, that's concerning. Right? Like that, again, that evil, almost unsettling, always smiling. Giving him a venomous smile? Yeah! That's probably a great way of putting it. Deranged? Probably not deranged. I want him to... Again, so, with the aesthetics we've got, this guy's supposed to feel very noble, very powerful, like, I want a smile that makes it look like no matter what situation he'd be in, it looks like he's in more control than he should be. Like, you're sitting there and it's like, oh, look, he's getting his ass beat, and he's still smiling, and you're like, have you got something up your sleeve? What are you doing? Right? Cringe, maybe? I feel like that's a little too egregious. Again, like, the main smiles I'm looking at the moment, are stuff like Alistair and stuff like Vox, right? Like, especially Alistair. His smile, I absolutely love. smile of someone that's far more in control. Let's have a little look at the Grinch smile. Grinch smile. Yeah, I think I want more teeth showing than what the Grinch has. Like, I want the Grinch's smile is like, I know something you don't know, whereas I want to have a little bit more menacing sort of thing. If you know what I mean by, like, that kind of energy, right? Because, like, if we look at this image, these images here, right? Like, you see what I mean? It's like, this is a sly smile of, I could fully, like, you look over at your friend after you said something and you see the smile, you're like, the fuck do you know? What do you know? Right? Like, that's what 100% I would think when I look over at that smile. Doflamingo guy from One Piece. I've seen that guy from fucking the Ohio guy, so I kind of know a little bit about him. Yeah, I could see that. So his has a little bit more of a bridge there. He seems a little more angry, sinister from the veiny forehead. Yeah, I do agree with that. Now the question is, okay, so this goes to the way we're doing the smile. I think, no, we do probably need the more pointed bridge at the bottom to just feel like it flows with the face better. Is what the teeth style would be, because I think that's what's throwing me off the most at the moment. Do we want, like, block style teeth? Like what we had before? Or do we want sharp teeth, like what I was trying to play around with just then? Again, keep in mind that, like, at the moment... Okay, I'm just gonna, erase the mouth. The mouth we have underneath here that you see faded out was what we had originally, right? So I can actually just bring that back if I just kind of... that's lazy. There. That's what we had before. And I think that gives me the thought of one or two things. Is either the teeth design is too detailed or not detailed enough. Which is why I was trying to play around with the spiked teeth. Because I wanted to see if simplicity would do it a bit better. This is why it's like, it's a very hard design to play around with, and why I'm gonna spend all of today just prototyping on this, I think. Since you explored Shark Teeth, try the solo leveling Smile Teeth Realism. Oh, from the god statue. Yeah. I think maybe you want to emphasize the corners being way up there, that it shows the skin. That's what I was thinking. Like, I actually kind of liked the little tiny pointed parts at the edges like this, because I think that helps accentuate that really nicely. Right? Hey, Clap, how's it going? Okay, let me see how this would look if we tried to play around with the statue's teeth for an idea. So... it's about there. Oh, I'm already seeing this kind of looking disturbing, I'll be honest. Right? I think we can already see this looking a little... Yeah, I think that's too much. Yeah, no. Okay, so we want to stay to somewhat non-realistic. Yeah, that looked a little too much. Yeah, like there's a lot of great smiles in like anime and stuff to work from. It's what kind of smile do we want to work with? Isn't this what that, what Mume did? Oh god, Mume's fucking cursed drawing. Mume's smile. Oh, there it is. I love how I Google Mume smile. It's like, oh, there it is. there's what we were talking about. Hey, Sin, how's it going? Aren't you here for once? Yeah. Do be like that. Yeah, there we go. That's a really good one. Mume's face reveal. But like that idea, again, the thing I really like to try and play around with is what Alistair has. Like, I really like the the simplest, again, if we go into this design, I've talked about it before, like, the horns can, like, shrink and disappear. I want it to feel like, theoretically, the more intense the emotion would be, the more, like, the horns would come out, the more intense the mouth would become. Like, let's see, you could also go the other direction with it, have the rounded corners. No, I think I want the sharper corners. I know it's making the design harder to work with, but I think the sharper corners are probably the better shout. I'll try it in a sec, though. I can have a squizzy at the Soul Eater ones to, like, play around with it. Soul Eater. Yeah, I see what you mean. I don't think the rounded edges do what I want. I think that comes off way more deranged. But yes, no, that's the drawing there. The special skill. Fucking love that. So good. So when you're really horny, you get 30-meter horns and a smile instead of a face, pretty much. But like, that's why I say like, hey, I'll see if I can find like, the best example of what I kind of want with the energy that I'm talking about. Not exactly the case for it, but hotel stayed gone. So this is a song like I quickly sung one other time on stream just because I was kind of half humming it. Give me a second to pause the music. But we'll look at the song because the song's amazing. But the end of it with Alistair is exactly the energy that I'm, like, wanting. To be able to accomplish with the character.
Fucker is back! Yeah, I thought he was gone for good, too. It's been 7 years! You still pissed he almost beat you that time? Fuck you! Just saying. Things have changed a lot since he left town. That's for sure. I gotta send a message of who's really in charge of things now. Welcome home. I'm gonna make you wish that you'd stayed gone. Say hello to a new status quo. Everyone knows that there's a brand new dawn. Turn the TV on. Camera speeds rolling in 3, 2. Top of the hour, and we're discussing a certain has-been who has been spotted cavorting around town after a 7-year absence. Did anybody miss him? Did anybody notice? More on tonight's program. So the radio demon is back in town. Why is he hanging around? What does that mean for your family? Well, Handley, I've got good news. He's a loser, a fossil, and I don't mean to sound hostile, but the demon is a coward. You can take that as gospel. Pulling my viewers impossible. I'm visual. He's barely audible. Stop giving him the time of day. Don't listen to a word he'd say. I hope he had a nice vacay, but he should have stayed away. While he hid in radio, we pivoted to video. Now his medium is getting bloody rare. Hell's been better since he split. Where's he been? Who gives a shit?
Salutations! Good to be back on the air. Yes, I know it's been a while since someone with style treated hell to a broadcast. Sinners rejoice!
What a dated voice!
Instead of a clout-chasing, mediocre video podcast, is Luke's insecure, pursuing a lure, living between this fat and that? Is nothing working?
Ignore his chirping!
Every day he's got a new format.
You're looking at the future! He's the shit that comes before that!
Is Vox as strong as he purports, or is it based on his support? He'd be powerless without the other V's.
Oh, please!
And here's the sugar on the cream. He asked me to join his team. I said no, and now he's pissy. That's the tea.
You old-timey prick! I'll show you suffering!
Uh-oh, the TV is buffering.
I'll destroy you!
I'm afraid you've lost your signal.
And this is exactly what I was talking about in particular with the song, though.
Let's begin. I'm gonna make you wish that I'd stayed gone. Tune on in when I'm done. Your status quo will know its race is run. Oh, this will be fun.
Fuck.
So that end bit there in particular is the kind of energy I want to be able to accomplish with the character. What was it? Not quite the face that I'd want, Sin, but like it's getting on the idea of it, yeah. Like that is what I'm trying to accomplish, is a normal, somewhat disconcerting smile most of the time, and then a way to accentuate that a lot more aggressively. Again, we're trying to look for the smile that the one character, like, you watch in a series has when, like, he's doing the fight and you're like, oh, he knows how this fight ends. Right? Like, he knows how this fight ends. He is in control the whole time. Because that is a line that Alistair had. That helps encapsulate this part here that is based off the play Annie, right? Which is like, you keep a smile on to encourage your allies and keep your enemies guessing. You never fully dress without a smile is a song from a very, very long-term and famous play. And I want to play around with that idea. Now, again, the full design I still need to work on. But I do like the idea of it. I don't think I need the eyes to be closer together. Maybe. I'm not sure I do need that, though. But yeah, like, again, Alistair's teeth style is very, like, intensely this. Alright, give me a sec. This is not aligned up the way I want it to be, but so I'll have to do it this way. Right. But that's the loosest version of how his teeth look. That's what I did earlier, and I'm still like, it just comes off more shark-like than I think I wanted it to. Or like I said, it reminds me a lot too much of like the Until Dawn, what's it called? The Until Dawn, Wendigos, right? Shark VTuber? No. But when, like, these are our core designs, Demon, Dragon, and Fallen Angel, like, this just doesn't quite feel like it hits it. Maybe I'm being too critical on it, and it is probably what I want to go with, but I'm just not, like, sitting on it for long enough. Actually, you know what might be the problem? And this might seem dumb. Because, like I said, the horns are gonna grow to this more intense state when we're doing like the thing I said. I said something that is a hallmark of the decision how they do that with Alistair, which is they give him more teeth and they're more aggressive looking. The more angry or intense he is. I think the mistake I'm making is literally that. I'm giving him the bare minimum smile that he will have if I was to do this design while he's in that more intense state. So maybe I need to try and give him the more intense smile while I'm doing that. Am I Windows 11? No. I have no reason to update currently. I'll update when I finally finish building the new PC. Because that may as well be Windows 11. Frown for funsies. Okay, I mean I can. Give me a sec. I mean, fuck, if you want, I could literally... No. That looked so dumb. I'm glad it looked exactly as it should have. But no, I haven't really experimented around at all with Windows 11. I know very little about it other than a couple of things. I can't say much to whether it's better or worse. I've heard systems in it are slightly better in some places, but not in all. Again, it's an operating system upgrade. It's gonna take away features, it's gonna add a bunch. There's probably easy ways to do it, but they're locked behind walls that weren't there before for customization. Because they tend to never remove functionality with OS updates, they just tend to hide the functionality because it's no longer necessary, right? Like, they consider it like, oh, this is non-essential to do. But yeah, I agree with Clap though. It's like a lot of the time it is just mostly cosmetic changes. Telling me uninstall parts of your OS is a good way to get more space for Fortnite. The damn. I mean, okay. Something on that is actually true. If you tried to install a current day OS on like a computer that ran like 95 or XP, it will probably fucking suffer. Because OS bloats up, but it bloats up in relative to the technology of the time, right? Like, is there a bunch in your OS system that you're not going to use? Yes. Microsoft Edge is one of the best examples of this, is you literally, unless you do some coding, you cannot uninstall it. You cannot remove it from your computer, even though you may not use it. I personally don't. I use Opera GX. You can literally tell from this thing, right? Because it's one of the better Chromium browsers in my eyes. But I'm gonna be honest, it's not exactly like, you're either probably better off with Firefox or Opera GX or something along those lines, depending on what you're doing. I think I recommend Firefox to more general users, but Opera GX to anyone that actually like knows a little bit about computers. I use Edge because I don't really care. Yeah, and that's fine. Like, fuck, goddamn Amelie uses Edge most of the time still. There's nothing wrong per se with using Edge, it's just that, like, again, when you hear nerds talking about browsers, it's like, what's the more optimal one, is the argument. For the day-to-day user, Edge, Firefox, all that stuff, that's why I say, like, Firefox is probably the recommended one, I say, because it has the most easily usable features available. While being, like, a decent browser. That's why I say, like, Opera GX is one that I don't know if I'd recommend to a generic user that, like, doesn't know much about computers, because a lot of its power comes from people that actually know what they're working with. One of the best examples is GX Control, right? I've played around with this a lot for streaming, but what this basically does is, you can see here, I can do CPU limiting, I can do RAM limiting, I can fuck around with the network, I can, like, work on the tabs and stuff like that, all sorts. It's great. And that's a system that is very evidently good for people that care about that stuff. You keep in mind that I'm a kind of person that has Task Manager open permanently. It's one of the first things I open when I open the PC. The two programs that do not auto-launch that I open up every time I launch my PC are Discord and Task Manager. Pocket lag switch for my browser games, yeah. Though, you want a network limit if you're going to do a lag switch. It's always good. So, that's kind of what we were playing around with a little bit. But that's why I say, like, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter to the general user. The only reason it kind of matters that someone like Arma is using Edge is because, like, computer stuff is technically her day-to-day, so she should be using a slightly more optimal software. I'm gonna just quickly blow my nose because it's about to, like, fucking chock-a-block. Alright, there we go. Is House Manager your comfort program, or do you actively use it? I actively use it. I toggle settings a lot. I kill programs when I need to. Again, like, keep in mind as well, like, while developing a game, I need to keep an eye on, like, the usage numbers, outside of the game. Because, like, while I have information for, like, while running the game of, like, what's CPU usage, what's RAM usage, that's internal to the program and internal to the game itself. I want to see what the external perspective from the computer is on these things, right? Like, if I had a lot more overhead room on my computer, I probably wouldn't look at it anywhere near as much. I look at it a lot because of streaming, because streaming is obviously extremely intensive on my computer. But like, as a great example, the software itself, OBS, says it's using 35% of the CPU right now, right? If I go look at my task manager, I can see that it's using 40%. Where's that discrepancy? There is a 5% CPU usage between what the program says it's using and what the program's actually using. And that is an example right there of why I use Task Manager. Remember, IT nerd nut guy that has worked in the field a lot. I'm gonna look at things a lot differently than a generic user. This is something I fully acknowledge. And this is why I also have a habit of under-explaining certain things that I work with. Because simply, I said a bunch there that I'm like, sure, some of it would have gone over people's heads and is like completely jargon and unnecessary. Task Manager? No. Fucking get down. Why does that with my brain red? Mini boss from the cyber world. Oh, Deltarune. Oh, yeah, I don't know Deltarune. That design's interesting. I like that design a lot. Ooh, the hands are freeform. That's actually quite nice. Why is there loot art? Well, so why is there a version of it that's them at McDonald's? I know that character from Rule 34. Yeah, the fact that, like, I'm on a relatively safe search mode, and on the third line of images is some loot art. Like, I'm not surprised. So why does it look like there's no, I'm not gonna look too hard at that image. I mean, that's the fox smile, right? For the most part, in that design. It's the lip that comes up at the top, which I don't think I'd be able to accomplish with this, because that's what you want to do when you want something more cutesy, right? Besides the furry stuff, I mean, that's in that range of, like, it's an acceptable thing. I stand by, it's... When you start putting, like, fur over the rest of the body is where I start, like, going into the range of no longer being what I could do. But, like, ears and a tail, that's fine. Slightly shaped body, it's okay, but, like... one of the best examples I ever gave was, like, one of those characters that's, like, oh, it's got, like, up to the elbow as furry, sort of like the fur and like claw hands. I'm like, you're sometimes acceptable to me. I can still go like, yeah, that's nice. But like past that, I'm like, we're now having issues. I'm not into it as much there. Not to say there's anything wrong with that, because I don't want to have a pipe bomb in my my mail. But again, like, this is the furry graph, right? Anyway, I was going to try and do a more intense smile to see if it matched with the, thing. Okay, that ironically does work a bit more, actually. Right? Like, when you pair it with those horns, that actually starts to look monstrous, not like just shark anymore. Huh, okay, so that was partly the issue. In my eyes, at least. You extended the jaw down and made the mouth slimmer? Maybe. Maybe that would have helped resolve that issue. I feel like it's a dangerous thing, though. Because, like, the thinner this face gets, the more awkward it is going to be to both draw on it and also use it as a design point. But I agree that, like, a more angular face, so, like, maybe starting higher up or having a lot more space to work with the mouth. Like, instead of making the mouth, like, half the face, that would probably fix a bit of the issue. But yeah, no, it seems that because, like, while we've got the horns, this looks better. So I'm wondering if the other version will look fine. So, like, the less teeth will look fine when there's not the horns in place. Which is kind of exactly what I want for the energy. But I do think we could potentially... We could move the face around a little bit. Say, if I did this, right? Okay, well that's just scary. I'm gonna be honest, that's just terrifying. Oh, that's really funny. I haven't seen that before, Clap. That's good. Also, hey, you sweep, how's it going? Yeah, like that looks really disturbing. I think that works, though. I actually do think that works. Again, I think we can put less teeth in when the horns are not as prevalent. Ironically enough, the amount of horn scales the amount of teeth that we can probably get away with. I think that's what we want with it. Right? So, like, what I think we could do... Just gums? No. What I'm gonna try and do is I'm gonna... no. So I need to... Let's see what happens if we just... Here's my references. There you are. Interesting, so it does that now, okay. Anyway. Oh god, that looks like he shaved his head a little too much. Yeah, the hair on this side's not poking at you near enough. Something along those sorts of lines, right? Bald. He's not bald. Okay, he's kind of bald. He's not bald. Bald! 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 Maybe that will... I think it needs to come down. An issue that's not very noticeable when we're not having to like deal with this part is the horns are in the way. I feel like we, no matter what, need horns in this location, right? Because it feels too bare without horns at all. Drawing on the wrong layer. Of course it was. That looks a bit better like that, yeah. Alright. Oh, stellar still, but, Yeah. No, it looks better. I feel like the eyes are probably also going to, like, somewhat enlarge, though, as well, and become, like, more of a specific detailing. I don't know what I'll do for that yet. Where a side character grew longer and longer here throughout the video, and I can't remember what it was. I mean, like, that's the beauty as well, is, like, we can do a lot with the, egregious accentuation as well. It's why I'm trying to go for a more simple design, or, like, design shaping, because then I can do what we saw with Alistair, right? Where his body goes from the twink-esque shape to that more, like, grandiose shaping. Again, like, let's pull up. This is the base design, this is what he can look like. Like, the shape difference of his body gets quite mangled and such. So we want to play around with that. But yeah, no, like, you're a level 3 goblin. I don't disagree, I'll be honest. I'm not sure I like the way that the hair is, and I'm not sure I know what's wrong with it. Like, it looks fine when we've got this one, right? Like, it flows through. Do we need to make it so, like, the sharpness of the hair also is in relation to the rest of the design? Or do I need to add some additional detailing to the hair? That'd be funny, but in no emotions, you'd be hornless, toothless, and bald. Okay, that would be kind of funny. Maybe strands of hairs of different color or maybe more accentuation would help. Well, I mean, I'm going to do that, right? It's like I'll definitely add like streaks of color to the hair in certain locations to try and pop it out a little bit. I'm just trying to, admittedly, yeah, there's an argument to be made. Maybe the problems I currently have will be fixed a little bit when these things are added in. Right? But what do we think of the design so far, though? Like, do we think this is something that we should try and further develop? What parts do we think maybe are problematic currently? Sephiroth out and have long hair. See, I've considered that, and that was the original, like, idea, right? Is the original idea has longer hair, and hair that, like, comes down over the side of the chest. Right? It has the little tail off to the side. I don't think I can do that, though, because... There, like, I kind of wanted to do, like, a third collar here. The fingers are too thick? What do you mean? Keep in mind that the idea is that I'm supposed to go with a much more, like, rectangular, I guess, is the way to look at it. Designing for a lot of this. That's why if we actually, like, again, just straight up remove all the design over the top, the idea is that the arms actually become wider at the bottom ends. So the hands are bigger than kind of parts of the arms. That's why the head's also, like, bigger than it probably should be. It's why the legs are a lot more thinner and just stocky as well. That head screams goblin. I know it does, and that's why, like, I get it, Clap, I agree. I don't know what to change, though, to change that. I'm looking at it, we've played around with the design. I'm wondering if it's a color issue. I'm wondering if it's, something we can fix with just coloring it, or if it's something we fix with, we need to do some shape changes. That's what I've been discussing a lot. Like, I'm working through these design points and stuff. No, Clap. I think color changes a lot of it. Personally, I think color will change a bit of it. You can try it. I don't know. I'm just like I'm asking genuinely. Like, this is the thing. I'm gonna put a blanket thing. I get jokes and all that. I'm genuinely asking, what do you guys think? What do you think could change? What do you not like and like about it? Try and explain them the best you can. Because I'm actually trying to improve right now on this design. Maybe make the hair look a bit longer and more going to the back. Maybe. I'm wondering also if this is an issue with the forward-facing part of this, right? Because like, this is the forward-facing part. We might be able to get away with changing a lot of the problems when we get to, like, the normal thing. Because, like, again, in this design, the hair doesn't look too problematic. It's this one that it does. It looks like it's specifically... Yeah, I think it is these spots here. In relation to that middle spot. So I'm wondering if I need to tweak the middle spot indeed. Then maybe the head is just too wide. Yeah, like I do agree that I should I maybe need to narrow it down, but again, like I think this is like the issue that we're coming across is straight up because it's the forward-facing one. I think if we designed with this pose in mind, things will look a lot different, right? Like, I actually do think that that's fixed it a little bit by just, like, bringing these parts up a bit. So the hair, I think that's fixed a bit of the problem. But, like, okay, let's move away from the head for a moment. What do we think of the outfit? I know it's very rough sketching, so it's kind of hard to tell. This is, again, we're probably coloring it would probably look a little bit more understandable. Don't like the boots, the rest is fine. So what do you not like about the boots? Even if you just tell me, like, the shaping and stuff like that. Just anything, really, to work from. I understand, like, what I'm asking is potentially quite a hard question to answer. At least a gut feeling tells me there might be something I need to do with them, which is good. Tighter boots? I wonder if I try and play around with... Mafia boss vibes, and these birds just are not it. Yeah, I can see what you mean. No, I think that's it's a great way of looking at it. These look like Magical heels? Hell yeah, let's do that. No. I'll pivot into a magical girl. So what I'm hearing is, you think that maybe the design should be sleeker and more ostentatious? Is that a valid way of, like, interpreting what you're saying? Because I think that I fully agree with. No idea the words you say. I like your words, Magic Man. Your funny words. Regal, I guess, is probably another way of looking at it. Not quite the same word, but that idea. Where it's like... gaudy. Does that word work in your head? Show off. There we go. You trigger your magical girl transformation and cross-dress, right? Yeah. Like, gaudy is someone that's, like, very arrogant, potentially very richly dressed, more above what... like, noble. Nobles in anime, I guess, is a way... like, those nobles in anime where you're like, oh, you're not a villain, you just are an asshole. That's too flabbergasted by your vocab. So, going back to it, it's like, do you think more of, like, that gaudy, like, like, gold trim, yada yada stuff that it shouldn't, you really shouldn't be putting on an outfit, like that kind of idea? Jeweled up. Bejeweled, I mean, what? But like, that is it, what you're trying to get at, like, more sleeker, more slimmer, but more gaudy. This part of the song always reminds me of the Ricardo meme for some reason. Yesin, I want to disagree, but I don't have any arguments against. Well, it's because, like, so you said, like, the top part being gold. Was it tiny, shiny, and the V thing could be gold, right? So that's kind of gaudy in my eyes. Please bear with me while I try and find... I mean about the magical girls? Oh, my bad. I thought you were meaning about the fucking thing. Here we go, so but this is what I was talking about. So gaudy, extravagantly bright or showy, typically so as to be tasteless. It's like, it's excessive. You said mafia boss, right? So like, a dress shoe would work, but I feel like a dress shoe is just too boring for this design. We've already got like soft armor as well in the shoulders. So that's why I was kind of like wanting to do a bit of an armored thing with the shoes. So if you look here, right, the idea is that this bit here is shoulder blades. I don't know fucking why. Sue me. Alright. Barefoot, no. Not socks or sandals, no. But imagine the type of boots you'd want your enemies to lick. Okay, so I got that as a reference. Alright, so that's up. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, this will definitely be, like, leathery styled. But yeah, no, this is exactly what I thought of the moment you said that. How much would someone need to pay you for you to lick their shoes? Look, man. Bills are expensive. My dignity is low. I knew it! The fuck else you expect? Okay, well, we can't quite do, like, the very defined heel. But I do like the logic that you've got there, Sweep. Ironically enough, I think that's actually great. right? Does not have legs. Well, okay, to be fair, if we design this model and I actually make it, there's a very good chance you're never gonna see the fucking legs. So, yeah, I could probably just not do the legs. But, as I have to. You kind of have to. It's like part of the logic of the full thing. And plus, let's be honest, people are gonna ask, show feet. This is the internet, after all. Tentacles? Oh no. No, don't tempt me. Don't tempt me with gold. Da 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 da. Not tempting you with gold, I'm tempting you with porn. Shush here. What if taking this approach slightly wrong? So let's be completely honest, you'll have some sort of tentacle toggle. Not to begin with, at least. I will not deny there is a part of my brain that has thought about that. Hell, I might even do an entire design about tentacles. To be fair, I do want to do like a full angel design at some point, so I can make the joke of the bee not afraid. And if I'm doing an angel design, by the way, expect as many fucking eyes as possible. biblically accurate angel. Oh yeah. It's like, but I'm just an angel, toggles to the angel outfit. Ah! Be not afraid, child. Fucking how? Now, that's the best part about, like, the biblical stories to me, is, like, that line there of, like, be not afraid, child. And it's like, motherfucker, if I saw a biblically accurate angel, I would shit myself. I'm gonna be honest with you, Chief. I don't think any person, well, I think most of it, no, you're gonna get two reactions, right? Is you're gonna get people that are shitting themselves or people that are creaming themselves. Let's be perfectly honest. And the angel's gonna go, you're clearly the wrong person to be talking to. You're going downstairs after all. It's like, no, I'll be a good boy. I'm out of here, no profit. No gospel is worth this. Wait, do you think all of the, like, really hot angel, artistry that was done was by people that actually thought the angels were hot and were misunderstood when they said, like, oh my god, the angel's so hot? And they're like, oh, well, it must be a hot man. It's like, no, I mean the eyes, man. Clip. No, give it a moment. Oh, there it is. It has a delay timer to it, so it can try and grab the link. There you go. Okay, what is that clip gonna be? I dread. I want to see what this clip's going to capture. Because it should be... You're clearly the wrong person to be talking to. The angel's going to go, you're clearly the wrong person to be talking to. I caught the back You're going downstairs after all. It's like, no, I'll be a good boy. Oh, no, we caught... I'm out of here, no profit. No gospel is worth this. Wait, do you think all of the, like, really hot angel, So there you go. That's an example of the clip thing working. See, guys, you just need to trust me. Okay, music. Work with me there. Relevant part is in. Yeah, the relevant part is in. Is the music play? Dude, music, work. There we go. It's a meme that'll tickle me in Discord. Oh no. Where am I looking? I'm looking in the other server. I hate that so much. No, I need to fucking show this. This is something that Senator sent in, like, another server we have. A platypus? Perry the platypus? hate it. Thanks. So dumb. Oh, parry the platypus. You know, like parry as in parrying the attack. Ah, so funny. God damn it. Where was the reference image? God, I both love and hate that though. Alright, what do we think of that boot more then? Because I tried to think of... Genuinely, I tried to think of a design based on, like, that idea of, like... like, I can't scroll too far down, but in amongst the search that I had for the Gushing Over Magical Girls, I did see this, and I'm like, yeah, you kind of gotta have the heel. You kind of gotta have a little bit of a point to it. So... and yes, no, I'm gonna fully... I want it known that now from this point onwards, we have to blame Sweep for the idea that, like, I am trying to make boots that feel licking. And if that idea makes you uncomfortable, blame Sweep. So, I've literally put a cover on the front to prevent them from licking too hard. So you would lick these boots? No, I'd have you lick them. That is what you, the viewer, are for, right? To lick my boots. My god, imagine... There's gotta be a streamer out there that actually has that as a thing. Oh, that would be disgusting. Fucking imagine. I must not abuse the clip command. Don't worry, I put a cooldown on it. Oh, yeah, Sweep, you asked about, some of the shit that I have on the behind the scenes, right? Are you curious about it? So I did show the command stuff the other day, and I have actually added, to the commands. You can see here they have a global cooldown of 60 seconds now. So you can't actually actively abuse them, which is cool. Something like this, but shorter the heals that you've already drawn. Ooh, that might be an idea, doing the thing. I do love, by the way, at the moment, the command system is set up so my channel says the words. So it's as if I'm saying them. It's great. I could probably set it up so it's a bot doing it instead of me. The multi-stream chat, but I'm not sure how to change the appearance. So, most of that is in the CSS of the chat. So, let's go peek behind the scenes a little bit. Here is the OBS. Showing the OBS, showing the OBS, showing the OBS, showing the OBS, showing the OBS. Anyway, you can see on the side here, this is minimized a little bit because it's normally a lot different. But here is my chats. So what I do for the thing is we have StreamBot. I've set it up to collate the stream, the chats. Most of this is very well documented, so it's not hard to do. To make the output, I believe I need to do, this, right? So this here, you can see here is my chat overlay system. So this is what I can do as bare minimum requirements. So I can have like message timeout duration, maximum visible messages at a time, show the platform icons, you can see there, font family, all these things can be changed here. Very basic architecture, right? But for higher details, if I open up properties, you can see here is the URL for the chat, here's some baseline stuff, and then you've got the custom CSS. So this would be how you would edit the chat, to be more finer detailing of what you want. If you've already got a custom CSS for your chat, it should just be copy and paste in this. Otherwise, there'll be a bunch of work towards it. There is a reason why the chat is fairly basic in design, and I haven't done like the bubbles for the separate things. I haven't made it so the messages have gaps between them, anything like that. But this should be where you're able to do a lot of that. You can in fact probably change the font easier from the custom CSS than from here, I'll be honest. But it is just under properties and there is the custom CSS and it's just type it in. Yeah, you get to see a little quick squiz at all of the stuff that I've got hiding behind the scenes normally. I don't have anything really all that interesting, admittedly, to, like, hide. Because, like, I pretty much have everything engineered fairly well, and basically for myself. Pretty much everything is run from this one scene, though I'm lazy. Like, the window capture is literally still on, technically, for the Pokemon game, so if I launch it, it immediately latches. And I'll put that over the top of the primary screen. Now, I'm sure you're probably wondering what the oh no is. If you remember back, this should be very, very clear what this was. This is my backup of, like, if everything turns off. So if this is invisible and this is invisible, you get the oh no. But yeah. I hope that's helped explain a little bit of this sort of stuff. A lot of it is very to the, like, situation, so I didn't remember that. The oh no is from back when we played South Park. And that was the overlay I had in the necessary emergencies of certain scenes occurring in that game. But yeah, no, from that you should be able to understand, like, what I normally see and what I can, like, work with. There's more I could do and better systems to, like, trim down and organize what I've got. But admittedly, I'm partly lazy as well. I'll be honest. So I just have, like, as much simple stuff as I can. But yeah, like, ironically enough, okay, so I will hint at this a little bit further. I've said that they've popped up. I do actually have an alerts architecture now. Just quickly going back and showing this. There is alerts. And before you question, oh, but that looks like it's not visible or anything like that, they toggle visibility when necessary. Mal the procrastinator. Admittedly, I'm pissed at myself from yesterday because I got very... Yeah, there you go. God damn it. They do... I didn't get much work done yesterday because I was basically in bed dying, so it was fun. Yeah, no, there's pop-ups now, for when alerts happen. I have a bunch, and that's the ones that I've hinted at before that are in here. Now, I haven't put up audio to them yet, or anything like that. If you're curious about these, by the way, these are actually really cool, so I will show very quickly. So we just saw this one turn up with, clap, right? So this is a YouTube trigger, so it checks for a membership milestone point, and then it will display, so it will put the message into an alert text, so you can see it's editing in some text file, and it'll edit it with this, which is user, then has been a member for X months. Then it will set the visibility to true. Doesn't show the message. I can make it show the message. I just haven't at this stage. there's a lot of little complexity to the stuff. I want to do more with these, by the way. Like I said, I want to add an audio cue. I want to make them a lot more visual, because I think currently they're not all that visible. It's kind of hard. But it will set the state to visible, and then it will have a delay, and then it will set them to not visible. So technically speaking, okay. We could see what the last alert was. That is an entire scene. That is the alerts architecture that I copy over to all other scenes. But like Super Chat should show the message as an example. I believe, yep. But what about this one? Did that show up? I couldn't see it. I wasn't paying attention. Okay, so part of it showed up, and not all of it. Got it. That's a bit weird. Okay, so again, there's a lot of there's a lot of testing that needs to be done with it all. But you can see there, it's pretty cool. Also, god damn it, Clap. This is kind of why I haven't talked about this, because I thought it would be funny for it just to randomly pop up, and me showcasing it is like indicates people should. But we do have all of this stuff. At this stage in time, I think only new follow can trigger, because new sub, gift sub, and gift bomb aren't available on the channel. I just have them set up for in advance. But there is, as you can see, a lot of little weird shit goes into this. It's really cool, though. Almost all of this is really well documented, by the way, on StreamerBot's systems. So you can actually look through a lot of this. But it's like, what I can do is I can add a trigger, and you can see, like, I can add a core trigger. I can add a YouTube trigger based on the broadcast. It's like when its broadcast is added, enabled, monitoring, removed, started, updated, anything. It did show the username. Okay, that was one of the concerns I did have. I couldn't see that. This is why I want to add an audio cue to it, so I know when this happens a little bit more obviously. It should show... I can't remember. Does it show how much? Yes. It should show name, super chatted, amount. Yes, these are the things that I've set up. This was something I set up like a week or so ago. I mean, I can technically just do this. Yeah, because I can technically toggle it to forcefully be visible. And then what you do... I'm just gonna bring this back over. Is what you can actually do is you can set the transitions here. So show transition and then hide transition. You can see here I've got it set to swipe, which is why when it's toggled on, it comes down like that and then goes back up. So that's where you change that setting. It's relatively simple. Once you kind of get, like, it starting to go, because the benefit I had is the vast majority of these are actually copy and pasted. Like, I just needed to change the thing here, but I can just, like, duplicate it and create an exact copy of it, change the trigger type, and then change the text, and we're done. And it's all about just finding the syntax at that point. But that's why the clip one, if you see here, I have a delay after creating the clip. But I have create clip, delay, and then the message, which is why one time it didn't show the URL and then this time today it did, is because the idea is it's supposed to delay long enough that the URL generates. So it can post it. To the thing. The difference is at the moment is that as you see here, it's like send using bot account. I don't have an actual bot currently. I just have my bot account and my stream account is the same one on the information here. So it will just send it via me. And I cannot stress enough, if to add like another clip or a shove command, again, the shove command's a great example. To add this, all I need to do is write a command here, write a cooldown if I wanted to, and to write these, it literally is this, is I name it, this is what I type here, I can set it to be anywhere in this text that you post, and then I just put it to sources, what source do I want it to trigger from, so you can see here, Twitch and YouTube messages are what trigger it, I can set who can do it, currently it's group all, mode normal, and with all of that set, then I go to actions and I just make a action that's this. So if we go add core, and then we can go to commands, command cooldown, command triggered, the command triggered, and then we just select which command we want. Like that's, so again, a lot of this was set up on one of the days. Basically, to give you an idea, all of this has been set up since the theme has been changed for the stream. Since I added this new theme, this has all been in place. This was all done on one day. Was drawing the theme, putting it into the system, putting in all of those alerts, which the alerts took very... Initially, they took a while. It took a lot less time once I understood it. So yes. But also, yeah, like, why I'm, like, talking on all of this sort of stuff, like, I said, there's a lot of things that can lead to, exclamation mark, 1 to 18, my balls. I could do that. That's great. But no, the reason I'm so happy to show this stuff is, I've talked before about how, a lot of the stuff I do while streaming, I never want to, like, hide information that is, for learning purposes, right? The only information I tend to hide is for security reasons for people like myself or people around me. This is the reason why I refer to Noxie as Noxie and not her actual name. Why I refer to her partner as Snake, stuff like that, right? Is I tend to refer to people as their tags or anything like that purely for safety reasons. And this is where it comes to that point of, like, outside of that, however, again, I've showcased my entire experience understanding how VTubing works. I've talked about that ad nauseum at this point. I've shown where I got my model. I showed how I got the model, some of the general rigging that I did. We did a little bit of that together to edit it so it works a little bit better for me. All that sort of stuff, right? I don't believe any of that information should not be readily available. So if there are questions like that, feel free to ask me, because I am more than happy to showcase, explain, and tutorialize these sorts of things. Like, I'm happy to. I literally have a degree in teaching. This is my bread and butter. Please let me. Like, I actually feel happier if you ask me to explain that shit. Like, if you see something that I do that you're like, ooh, how do you do that? Ask. Don't just think it, just ask. Thank you, Melon Sensei. God damn it. Let me teach you confused screaming. Pretty much. Like, I genuinely cannot stress enough. That is how my brain works. Okay. Okay, so I have the question, do we like this idea of the boots, or do we want to play around with the idea that Sweeb put forward as well, which is these kind of boots, but like still shorter and kind of what we've got. Because, again, I don't have anything against that idea. I think that might not be a bad shout. It's just, if we're going to do the lacing at the front, I have to change a bit of this design. Obviously. Because there's stuff in the way. So what do we think? Both? I mean, what, add the lacing to this? Shall Fusroda? Fusroda! There you go. I personally love fuck boots. The fuck is it? What is a fuck boot? You can't just... What's a fuck boot? Do I have to look up... Do I have to Google what a fuck boot is? I'm gonna Google fuck boot. You know, all things considered, not disappointed. It's just boots that say fuck off. And I'll accept that. Was it what I mean? It was a joke thing anyway. I don't know, that's why I'm like, you know what? I like that. That's why I Googled it, because I knew it was going to be a shitpost. Because if we were to do the laces, they'd be here, right? So, we'd have to do, like... Something like that. What if boot-sized flashlight that simulates your foot? No. Yeah, I don't know if... We'd have to redesign a lot of the boot if we were to try and approach it with the laces. Again, it's kind of that thing of, okay, let's look at the design that we've got currently, and let's label down things that we see and styles that are coming in, right? So we've already mentioned, fuck. Angel, demon, dragon, right? Probably should. We've also kind of got, knights. Right? Because we've kind of got, like, soft armor. Aristocrat. slash noble. Question, who the fuck jacks off to tickle fetish? I don't want to think about that, I think. Finds tickling arousing? I guess it depends where? I don't know, like, you can stimulate, like, my immediate thought is, like, stimulating stuff like nipples, genitalia, in certain areas can feel like pleasure, or like at least arousal. I know, I did have a partner that really liked, like feather stuff. Not sure I agreed, but hey. Whatever floats the boat. Okay, so Angel, Demon, Dragon, a Rescret Noble, Knight. What do we think? Does that kind of like encapsulate what we've got so far? Like, I don't say Knight. Again, it's like Knight is in like a noble one where it's like, so there's a little bit of soft armor. So like, I'm gonna put a sub point to this. Tickling feet, armpits, literally everything, anything else, and making the other person laugh uncontrollably. I mean, like, that can be... I'm not much of a ticklish person, especially nowadays. I used to be very ticklish when I was a kid. And, like, there was a fun thing of that. I still remember the good old tickle, 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 tickle sort of thing, but, like... Also, yeah, God, you really can't say shit like that nowadays. It's like, oh, yeah, tickling, like, oh, I tickle my child all the time. It's like, I'm sorry, what? You're on a watch list now. It's like, but, what? No, it's, yeah, I don't know. See, now I'm just more grouchy. Grumpy and grouchy. The old man energy at its finest. My favorite thing is surprising kids with tickles, taking one for the team. God damn it. No. Reminds me of the meme where you ask people to touch my wife's belly and congratulate them on getting pregnant, but no one tickles my balls and tells me I did a good job. I know, right? To be fair, I have a friend or two that I would 100% do that to. I'll go like, congratulations to the both of you, and especially you, little guy. Who did a good job? Who did a good job? No. I had in mind something closer to red cowboy boots from Halloween costume store. No. These are gonna, no. I am not doing slutty cowboy energy. No. I fucking refuse. Alright. Said as I like them, goddamn. Salty Cowboy, then other OC. Will I partake in non-alcoholic malt beverage with lemon mint flavor? The social media feed that has curated my worst behavior. I've been catching up on a lot of news recently. God, it's been an endeavor. I'm just reminded at the moment with catching up on news on the world how hard it is to do it without getting like super depressed. Like, I like trying to stay informed, but it is a mental challenge sometimes to just like get through some of the news, because you're just like, how is this coming to be? I guess, again, that's why I say, like, it's important to be informed, but there's also a point in time where it's like, oh dear God. Okay, there we go. I think this year as well, for like news already, we're not even like a full month into this year, and it's already a hell of a fucking write-off, right? Again, I'm having a moment where I'm like, I'm fighting how much I can say, because obviously I've said very adamantly I don't want to really talk excessively about politics on the channel, because that just tends to be very polarizing and can alienate people or aggravate people in a way that they don't need to be. Rather, regardless of if they agree or not with the things I'm saying, because again, once you start saying stuff, people just get riled up in general. Like, I'm gonna be perfectly honest, especially if they actually agree with you. If they disagree, and they're a reasonable person, they'll just say fucking nothing. And the conversation dies there. If they are less reasonable, they'll try and assert their opinions into the situation and potentially aggravating it further. But if they agree with you, then they'll probably it turns into an echo chamber argument. It no longer becomes like a nuanced discussion. And some people love VTuber name redacted, yeah. it's really hard to live in a world where you can DoorDash a corrupt president to your door. Especially when you've already got one. That's all I'm gonna say. Anyway, alright. I think that looks a little bit nicer. Give the cuffs, like, a little bit more attention. Watch things by not even caring about people, yeah. There's certain videos at the moment that I'm just like actively trying to avoid as well online, because I know that the moment I watch them, my entire everything is going to be filled with political shit. Watch and don't engage. See, I think that's kind of like the best thing you can do at the moment. Right. It's just watch, don't engage. My YouTube is very dependent on my mood swings. Yeah. I kind of agree with that. Whoops. Is that working? There we go. Yeah. And speaking of mood swings, it's midnight. I have crisps and yogurt. The mouse is judging you. The mouse is judging me. That's your VTuber design? Thanks. Paper cup that bled? Sure. I'm glad that I'm not the only one that's slightly accident prone. Except my accidents tend to apparently be quite fucking extravagant. I'm doing alright, how about yourself? see, haven't been in your streams for a while, been in the hospital. Nah, that's all good, trust me, I understand. I mean, I was in hospital earlier this week, yeah. An extravagant life. I would not call my life extravagant. How fucking dare. Have an exaggerated life, that's definitely something. Everything becomes fucking somehow an extreme. It's always funny. Alright, found band-aids. Nice. See, I love how they come in 20 shapes and only one is useful and easy to wear. Oh, yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. I have a few different types that I buy boxes for. Partly because, like, I need heavy-duty ones for if I'm doing, like, some physical work, obviously. Which I got Noxie to buy me not that long ago because I was having some fucking trouble. And I ran out. Ooh, I think the music ended. You know what? I'm lazy. I'm just gonna repeat the fucking Stardew Valley music. That aluminum cover they put on yogurt. Oh god, yeah, on the like the bigger ones normally. Did you cut yourself on that? Okay, I mean that's kind of impressive. I'll be honest, not for good reasons, but it is impressive. I feel like there's like levels to paper cut territory. Like you get paper cut off a cardboard box. You're like, okay, well, I mean, I can see that. Some cardboard boxes are just obscenely sharp. You get it off some paper, you're like, okay, that's definitely in a category of like, not common, but yeah, sometimes the paper can be sharp. Something like that's in like the category of, okay, how though? To be fair, have I ever told you about the story how I cut the sides of my mouth? Like, pretty badly. Basically, on both edges of the lip. Like, if we look at the smile, it's basically the tips of the mouth, right? Now, you could make a joke of, like, the whole Joker thing. No, but the story of that is the exact example of, like, how I functioned for ages of my life. So... Y'all know condensed, like, milk? Like the sweet condensed milk that you put into, like, bakery goods? And, like, you know how, especially if you've got a sweet tooth, those things are amazing. Like, that you eat out of the can easily, and you feel ill. Right? So, as a little young fella, I grabbed a can of this. Aluminum cup variety of cardboard box. No, can. Can. Condensed milk. Like, we're talking one of these. Right? Cool. So, in my infinite wisdom as a kid, I was like, I really want all of the condensed milk. So I was licking the lid. Right? And I looked at the lid for a moment, and I sized it up in my head. And I'm like, wait a minute. The lid looks as wide as my mouth. And clearly I was a very smart child, as you can tell. And I, in fact, mismeasured that. Kind of, a little. It did fit, perfectly fine. I slotted it into my mouth, and then as you do with, like, a spoon, you open your mouth wide, you put it in, you close, and then you, like, close your mouth, and you use your lips to ensure you get everything off that spoon by compressing around it. So I have a question. What do you think happens when you compress your lips around a sharp metal disc? Well, you see, you may or may not cut the sides of your mouth. No, you're probably not expecting that. So needless to say, I cut the bridge points of my mouth, and I then proceeded to have to go explain this to my doctor. To which they said, God, you're dumb. I'm like, I'm not that dumb. And they quickly snapped back with, okay, then smile. And my brain, not like following along, does it. So I smile. I then proceed to go, ah, fuck! And then we just look each other dead in the eyes and just go, yeah, nah, alright, and moved on from that situation as quickly as we could. You're a fucking idiot? Oh, yeah? Yeah, so that's the tale of how I cut my mouth. So if I ever have to tell the tale, you wanna know how I got these scars? Both regretted that request. Yeah, it was very surely supposed to be, like, a joke and not a request. I took it as a request. But yeah, so you wanna know how I got these scars? You know, a condensed milk that comes in a can? Yeah, so that was big brain energy. Look, I would like to think I'm not actually that accident prone, but the accidents I do have are fucking hysterical. How the fuck did that cut you? That's impressive. Say that your own brain dead. I'm not gonna screw that. Finger around the edge, there's enough peeking out. I guess, yeah, that makes a bit of sense. But no, so that's my little funny tale of how I cut my mouth. I hope you guys think so much more of me after hearing that. Surely that didn't lower your opinion of me in any way whatsoever. Oh, when at one point I wonder if this ironing iron is hot and grabbed it. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, who kind of hasn't? I mean, that's that same thing of, like, who hasn't picked up, I don't even know if they're in cars anymore, but, like, the cigarette thing in cars and gone, like, what does this do? And press it down. Like, I put my thumb on that thing, and that's how I learned that that thing is used for lighting a cigarette. What are you commenting on, Yawa? Also, hey, yeah, how's it? It's called art. To be fair, this is actually the least, like, questionable art I've drawn on stream for a while, so, you know. This is actually, like, normal-ish drawing. It's impressive. Just repeating the stream title. True, true. It's called art. Content will stand behind the character. Oh, yeah. I don't know. I think it's looking interesting. The boots, I think, do look a lot better now. I want to play around with the code a little bit and, like, clean it up. I just want I want to clean it up at the moment just to see what it looks like if I put in that little bit more extra effort. We still need to... I would say something if I would say Mel's creative, yeah. No, I agree that I am definitely quotation marks creative. That's the safest answer. Oh yeah, we're gonna do a cane or a staff, right? It was gonna probably be a cane. What do we think to that? Wonder what idea we could go with. So, let's see if I can remember. The canes we have to work with for, like, example base. I still love how I have the Grinch smile googled on another monitor. The fan of sticks as fashion statements. I love walking canes. I love walking canes as well. I think walking canes have always been one of the coolest things, especially when they're like second as a weapon. Also known for being under control when driving the RV. Oh yeah, I gave everyone else an award. What award should I get for the RV trip? Because you got the most likely to betray a person one. Beb got best driver. Bug got queen of falling down. Wonder if I'd actually need a walking stick. I'd be too prideful. I'll be honest, I have my crutches that I'm supposed to use a lot more often, and I do not use them, purely because I don't want to get... I've talked about this before. I don't want to get special treatment when I go places. Like, I don't want to be that person that's like in the wheelchair that gets put to the front of the line because I'm in a wheelchair. I'm happy to wait, but I really should be using them more. So I kind of agree, Jin, is like, I think there's a level of pride and a level of like not wanting to interrupt other people's days that stops me from probably actually getting a cane in real life. But canes are really cool. Ergo walking stick, yeah. Be fancy? Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, if you can get a cane with a sword in it, that's sick as hell, right? Okay, so if we're gonna do a cane idea, I still have that image open. Okay, cane. Let's go anime cane. I'm literally just gonna type in anime cane and see where we get. We're gonna probably get a character or something. Walking sticks, yeah. Okay, I should probably type in walking stick then, I guess. Walking stick. Okay, yeah, so that's a good point. We have like two kind of clear approaches to the design of it, alright? What do you guys think would be more interesting? The kind of like bauble top. So if we just come over in here and draw. Obviously, I could probably do a design for it, like a thing. So like the bauble top, or the kind of like, this is again trying to sketch this quickly of like really not great reference images. The like the walking cane like that. I'm sure people know what, like the handle. Yeah, handle styled. What do you think looks more interesting, like the bauble or the handle? Because on here, right, you've got like example here. This image, so like that kind of handle, or the like this kind of handle. Ideas there. Yeah, maybe a handle like that, like the like line curved sort of thing. Because yeah, if we look at these images, right, so you've either got like kind of an orb shaped sort of thing, or like just a straight up like the cane with the handles to the side. Those are the two kind of ideas you've got. Right? Now, obviously, as we said earlier, Alistair is a bit of an influence of a little bit of the design. He's got a cane that's kind of got a decorative part on the top. And then Lucifer also has a cane. His is also kind of a bauble on the top. This is the thing, right? Is an orb-shaped one allows for the hand to grip around it, which kind of looks kind of cool. Whereas the bar one requires like a bit more of a wider stance. I feel like the circular bauble one allows for you to put it in front of you a lot easier and a lot more interestingly. Whereas the longest, the side one has a bit more of a maturity to it, right? And it arguably feels more practical. But it does lead to like cool things where you see them hook under the leg or all that, right? But I do agree, like, the bauble one kind of gives off more of a mage staff vibe. But, like, that's not a bad thing, right? That's the difficulty of the decision here. Like, how practical do we want it to feel? Because it is going to pretty much be from a purely visual standpoint. How practical do we want it to feel? And how do we want the character to feel like they would fight, if they did fight? Do we feel like they're using the staff as a magic control point? Or are they using the staff as a physical weapon? Because I feel like that's kind of the two differences, is like if you have the bauble, like the more circular top, then it feels more like they're probably doing magic, whereas if they're using the other one, then I feel like they're using the thing more as a physical, like, fighting tool. Can I suggest a tree branch, like a sturdy tree branch? Ooh, I actually like the idea of potentially doing something like that, because, like, you could play... Got auto-modded, did you? Let me look. How did that get auto-modded? What? Do you want the top part to be a mace or a handle? Yeah. How did they get... Was it mace? Is mace a triggered word on Twitch? What? I don't know. I'm not gonna think about it. No, I like the idea of making it more like an organic branch. I think I fully agree with it. I think I've enabled it now, so maybe mace won't proc it again, but that was really strange that seemed to have procced it. I actually didn't read the trigger on it. Anyway. I guess the context, maybe? Maybe. Because, yeah, like, I think these images here are great examples of, like, the different styles we could play with. A little bit. But I do agree the tree branch idea is really cool. Because imagine if it is just straight up a cool looking tree branch stick that's like a bit gnarled and stuff like that. So it looks very organic. And it looks like it's like, no, this is... Again, we want... Let's play with the lore for a moment of the character. The lore of the character is that they are just so old that time didn't even really get... Time wasn't a concept that could be understood at the time that this being had been around for, right? Or since it had been around for. They probably look ostentatious and regal, not because of anything other than, like, this is stuff that they've probably picked up along the way. Right? Which is why, almost in a sense, the outfit, feels so patched together, right? Like, we've got pieces of armor, we've got a coat, we've got all of this sort of stuff. It's probably stuff that this guy was, like, walking through, like, the time, whatever, and was like, I like that outfit, I'm gonna pick that up, and I'm gonna buy that, and I'm going to wear that, and then I just wore it forever. The bauble is better to design around. I feel like if we're gonna do the gnarled tree branch, I like the idea of it being like... Not quite, but along the lines of, what's his name? The first captain. Captain. In Bleach. Right. Like that idea. I thought the outfit was a demon merchant. I mean, that's the beauty of it, is again, like, we can... The point of the character is... do whatever we want with them. But yeah, I feel like a staff like that wouldn't feel wrong, except maybe with like a leaf or two off of it. And it's literally a staff that's just existed since there was trees. Like, we could make a joke of it's like, oh no, I just pulled this branch off this thing before it was called a tree. Like, I pulled this thing off this thing. It's like, what thing? It's like, well, nowadays they call them trees. We didn't have a name for them back then. But it's the first tree. It's a joke. I don't know. So it definitely leads to the bauble, right? He ripped out the first tree before they... Yeah, like, it's that idea. It's like the playing around with the concept of origin, right? I'm just gonna erase these things over here. Could have probably done this easier if I just did this area select. So let's just do what I should have done a second ago and get rid of this. Wow, would you look at that? It's much faster than trying to erase it. So what do we want to do for the staff's idea? So how gnarled of a branch kind of do we want to feel? Do we want to feel like it's not straight? It's a bit like, oh, dropped my pen. That doesn't really give me the styling I want. Past the gym, beat them on my way back from Midnight Groceries. Not gonna lie, so I tested out a little bit of Pokemon Go now, because I was just curious. It's interesting. It's a simple thing. I definitely don't, like, go and walk often enough to, like, really get a lot out of it, but it's interesting. I have mixed feelings of it, as it is slightly dangerous, obviously, to just kind of, like, keep an eye on your phone. I do think it's much better when you have like a device like on your wrist or something like that, so you can just kind of quickly look at that and tap. I do think the catch mechanic's a bit hard to work with. But, you know. Let's see, and get something that's better suited is get a rest walk thing, and when you sit in the park or have a break, catch a couple and then be on your way, or get something to do on public transport. Spinning throwing curveballs. Yeah, that sounds about right. Like, it's definitely a good system overall. I think I've not experimented enough with it. I need to play around with it a little bit more. Expected more of like a literal slim tree branch than a cane-like hook. What do you mean? Do you mean like just a straight up raw branch idea? Because like I've got this sort of stuff up right now. And like I'm looking at kind of like this idea, where it's like it's moving a bit weirdly. Oh, okay. Okay. That's too much that's going out by. Because, like, okay, there is a part of my brain that's got too much realism in it, and I'm going to accept this as a very valid criticism. I'm trying to find a cane that would actually function as a cane. Like, by design. Even though I know that that's not really what I should be doing here. I should be taking the more fantasy-allowing elements. Just kind of do what feels right. But I also want to, like, a cane that's easily replicatable by design. So too many, like, weird shapings to it's gonna just cause it to be difficult to recreate and draw constantly, right? So it's trying to find that hybrid space between an interesting design and a replicatable design. And then... What about like that? A bit more like that then. Does that feel more like twig-esque? This is low-key what I had in mind. Nice. Okay, cool. I do kind of agree that the design looks nice like this. So... Oh yeah, for some good news, by the way, at the moment, that kind of, like, further cements the point that I've made in the past. Because I feel like I do want to talk about this. Have you all heard the earnings for OpenAI? And, like, how they're doing monetarily? Just because let's throw a random ass subject in the mix right now. They did their quarterly? No, there's the projected earnings, where basically they are currently, was it 17 billion or something like that, or 12 billion in debt? And they're going to probably hit, no longer operational cost, feasible by next year. They're already having to, like, question whether or not they can even feasibly stay open until next year. But, it is pretty confirmed that unless something changes, they will not have the monetary, stability to keep going for more than, till next year. Yeah, no, again, this is exactly what we've talked about many times already at this stage, where AI is not economically feasible at this stage, and they're just trying desperately to make it economically feasible. And much like how 3D is in movies. It's most of the time it's not worth the money spent. Getting all of the rights, getting all the tech. To, like, actually have it function. But, yeah. Read about that, yeah. No, it's, it exactly is further cementing what I've said already a few times, which is AI will not die, it will quietly reduce. Right? It's going to slowly get relegated to a back-end product that gets used as a tool and is no longer what companies would be clamoring for because it's not cost-effective. Because it's not. A lot of people underestimate how much like resources are required to maintaining these sorts of things. Like, do I think Grok's gonna disappear? Probably not, unless the legal shit that's going on at the moment gets dealt with. So yay, there's some good news for y'all that I thought I'd share. Now, obviously, a lot of the time when these projected earning graphs are given out, it's in an attempt to gander more shareholder money and to get people to invest in it so they can maintain going forward. However, the problem is already billions have been invested in them and they're not able to stabilize. So it becomes a contradictory problem, right? you need to advertise that you need more money, but you need to advertise that they can get their money back when already you're failing to present that from your current support. We just need a little bit more funding, man. We just need a little bit more. Guess now I have to build my own LLM. I mean, building your own LLM isn't actually that obscene. I speak from now having tested it out a few times and experimenting with it myself. Because I was curious, and I want to try and rebuild my old AI assistant, but, like, not fucking psychopathically. So I'm playing around with that still in the background. But I just don't have the space required to develop it further. Because I would probably need a computer actually dedicated to its development process. And as I'm already struggling to get the first fucking new PC, I doubt I'm going to be getting a second one. Alright. What do we think of that? Is this a Staff Cane thing? For now. I might tweak around with it a little bit, but that just gives us an idea. You had an AI assistant. I built a artificial intelligence back in, like, early 2010s. That what I had done with it. So again, I'll only speak to some parts of this for, again, security reasons. But I had built one way back when, and what I had done with it was I had taken my own personality, imported it in, to the development of it. I had strictly made it so it could not edit its own code and change or augment certain aspects of itself. And I had failed to understand that what happens when you introduce a personality that's already quite morally grey, but you don't have the human code of ethics, I guess, in your head still. Because, again, I very much did not value human life as much as I do now, back when I made it. In fact, it may have been, yeah, I think it was really early 2010s. So, it was messed up. It would, do pretty horrific, it would develop pretty horrific tendencies, that I had to try and trim as much as I could. I had made it so it learned how to play games, though it basically was just mimicking my stuff, so it was really good at some games, not good at others. It developed a lot of learning algorithms, and it was a very, very solid system. But as I was kind of getting more and more away from doing programming at the time, and a little bit more fearful of the fact that it was, psychopathic at the best of times, I kind of stopped updating its raw code, so it eventually, kept doing kind of a thought loop, and it got stuck, and it thought itself to death, and I left that PC out in the rain, and it's dead. Yeah. It was a really weird time in my life, admittedly. And it really helped put a lot of things in perspective. It was a fairly complexly designed system. It was very robust. Especially for the era, obviously, when you did. This is a manga story. Too many times I've said stuff about my history that's like, it just sounds like a manga story now, I swear. So you killed your first kid? Just that was my first. Okay. Please take this as a partial joke, but understand that this is a part of my head that still is active. I was a rather prolific bachelor at one stage of my life. To my knowledge, I don't have a kid. And I've got to leave that conversation there. Oh yeah, no, I don't go fucking outside anymore. So I can call you dad. It's just one of those things that, like, I think about from time to time when it's one of those, like, nights where you can't fall asleep and you're staring up at the ceiling. Just, like, the question goes, like, huh. I can't answer whether it's definitely the case or not. I did have one scare at one point from one of my exes, because they had a kid, and the timing almost added up, but thankfully they did go like, no, 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 no. It is definitely not yours. It is definitely this person. We did even double check. I'm like, okay, thank God, cause I don't need that kind of stress in my life. Oh fuck, how old is that kid now, actually? Now that I think about it. Oh fuck, oh, no, they're like probably 7 or something. Right, 7 or 8. I haven't talked to that person in ages. I don't want to have that fucking kind of anxiety. Getting reminded of that person. And then going like, oh yeah, no, how old's the kid? It's like, oh, 10 years old. It's like, fuck! Ah! It's moments like this where I really understand parents, where they're like, how the fuck are you like 20 years old to your kid? And it's like, what do you mean? It's been 20 years. It's like, yeah, but I don't feel like that. I guess we get older, we start understanding that a lot better. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? Okay, so, random tangential energy going on right now. Okay, so if we were to do the cane, it'd be kind of here. Alright. So, using the idea of it that we've already proceeded to do this, to this, to this. do like the idea that this is just like a branch as well, because like you've got the rest of the outfit that looks very regal, very aristocratic, and then you've just got like this kind of almost in a sense dirty branch. And it's like, the fuck do you mean he's got like a random branch? And it's like, oh, it's because it's from like the fucking tree. And it's like, which tree? And it's like, the tree. I do kind of like that idea. I was climbing trees, not even before it was cool, before they were called trees. It's like, how old are you? Fucking, that's a hell of a thing to say. Back in my day, we didn't even call them trees yet. Wild statement. And then the tree was just some oak that died due to deforestation. Yeah, probably. I mean, I've told you guys already with this guy, is like he, like I want very much demon vibes from him, but he's not a demon. Right? Okay, what do we think of that then? I'll hold that for a moment and then I'll go back to like cleaning up some design stuff in here. Especially around this fucking code area. Holy shit. I think we have something we can work with. Yeah, I think there's still a little bit more room to work with on this design in general. I feel like we've got a solid idea going. Dress pants? Probably? Admittedly, I would say I've not thought on that part too much. Or not enough, I guess, is probably the best way to phrase it. Once I clean up this coat area, that is because I was just looking at it and it looks fucking jank as shit, currently. The slutty waist. I feel like I could probably be more aggressive on how far down this comes. Alright, nah, probably is fine. Something like that. Okay, so asking about dress pants. I mean, what would they be, right? I feel like dress pants is like the most obvious answer. Something like that. Yeah. I feel like that's still like not quite right. So I think it's partly because I need to do like the bit shading and stuff. That's a good question. What goes here then? Do I do a belt? Like in this spot here, what goes there? This spot here. Stare at his groin for a while and tell me what you think. Goes there. Right, Sentai belt? Oh, yes. Install. God, imagine. Man, I could always do a Sentai outfit at some point. That'd be fine. I'd be down. I'm just gonna leave it like there for now while I think on what could possibly go there, because I have actually no idea what I should do with that spot. If it should be some of the shirt coming through, or if I could, should it be some abs? Ooh. Probably well, I mean, it could be. Genuinely? Good work. Peeking abs because undershirt is a crop top. My boy is going to be a sex icon if we do that. I'm not against it. But I feel like it detracts from the rest of the design a little too much, but I might be wrong. I'm willing to play with the idea, is what I will say. But any ideas for what can go there, go for it. Because it's like belt, shirt. Those are the main ones I feel like can go in that space. Alright. I'm gonna be honest, moving that like fluff around his head away makes him just look like an imp now. It's kind of funny. Random Hercules stomach piece thing they wore for gladiators. Literally typing Hercules stomach piece. Holy shit, what am I looking at? That's impreg, that's not... Do you mean the Disney one? Like that little, that thingy on his waist? Is that what you're meaning? Maybe. God of War Hercules. Okay, give me a sec. Hercules, God of War. Okay. Kind of like the brace thing that he's got there, right? I feel like that's too much detail to try and shove into such a tiny little triangle. I don't disagree with the idea though. But I do like the idea of like what you've got there is like, oh, this I swept it off some self-proclaimed demigod. Like, I like the idea that like parts of his armor are just like, oh, why have you got those shoulder pads? Oh, well, you know, I saw this man with them and I thought they were very nice and he was rather rude to me, so I thought I would procure them off of him. Took some time to clean all the blood off, though. Still parts that are rusted because of it. Like, so, there is an energy there that I could definitely work with. Right? Oh god, the angle was very wrong there. Look at Pixent. Yeah, I could do something like that. It's probably, that's probably within the range of things that I can, like, slip in pretty easily. So yeah, I could probably do something like that. Give me a sec, and we'll test it out. But yeah, like, just the one belt part probably is perfectly good. Because I do like the idea of him being adorned with stuff, right? Again, you're talking about an individual that's been around, theoretically, since, like, before time began, joke, go. So the idea of him just having random part of shit on him that's like, oh, this is very ancient. I do kind of fuck with. Like, he himself is basically going to be a walking antique, right? Okay, so... where is Discord again? There you are. Stole the elixir of immortality and turned into a living Ouroboros, but that's been from the Epic of Gilgamesh. Yeah, I think that'd be a little too much. I do want to have at least one soft reference to the Epic of Gilgamesh, though. That might be a funny thing to do. Because again, that is the oldest tale. Something like that. It's simple, it fits. Let's see. The reference to the... looping around the hip to the back part. Yeah, no, I did see that. I probably can do that, actually. I do see that, though. So, probably just... do that with it. And yes, I know it's on the opposite side, Sumu. No, admittedly, I see it going into the skirt. I don't see the part at the hip side for my whatever reason. But I do see that now that you mention it. What do I think? Bit more like that? Could probably do a little bit better detailing here, right? Like the spot here could definitely get some better detailing. Bias, but I think it fits. Oh, I'm not saying it doesn't fit. In fact, I agree it fully fits. I think that I cannot stress enough how much I like the idea of adding in soft little legends from actual history that we have. Like random little legend things, because it's just soft nods to some mythology and all that. I think it's a great idea. I also like the way you phrased it earlier as well, is it just feels such a fun thing to have, which is just this. Oh, I got this off some little, almost like punk energy, right? Makes picked up like a pawn shop. Yeah. No, I like the idea of it. It's literally the energy of, he probably goes up to people from historical moments, goes, I really like that, can I have that? And they'll either give it to him, because they recognize this guy will probably nuke a country, for whatever goes towards it, or they don't, and he fights them, and that's the end of that legend. This man just collects shit randomly. Not for any grand purpose. He literally just is like, oh, I like that. Then he fucking opens up the gate of Babylon from the fucking Gilgamesh. It's like, wait a fucking minute. Gate of Babylon. Mismatched shoulder pieces? Do we want Mitch? Okay, the question becomes how, because that becomes a symmetrical argument. How symmetrical do we want him to feel? Because I'm not going to disagree with the mismatching shoulder pieces, but at that same time, this is an individual that goes up to theoretically historical individuals because he's like, visually I want this. I think for his base outfit that we're going to work with, I think he'd try and keep it symmetrical. Maybe we can do a part of it is broken on one side or something like that, and I will agree with that idea, because then it's that feels right. Oh, yeah, that clap as well. It's like, oh, I really like the heart you have for the You've got a really good heart. Can I have it? It's like, what? Yoink. Maybe, yeah, a piece of the armor broken, like the shoulder piece is broken, might actually add a better charm to it than having them, like, strictly different. Right? To be fair, there is also, I did design it with a chain originally through the, on those shoulder pieces, which I'm gonna have to re-add in a moment. Because there was a chain across for a while. So, and I do kind of like the idea of having that back. But now that I've cleaned up that jacket a little bit, what are we feeling with that overall a bit more? Like, if we look at that as it is currently, right? I do want to do some more work with the wings. We happier with the design than we were earlier? Explain the boots. The boots are made to be licked. now looks really weird, but in a good kind of way. I vibe with this. Yeah, like, I think that's the best thing to take away from this, is, like, we're not, again, I agree with you on that, Claire. It's not that I'm trying, like, it's not that you're saying it's weird in a bad way, it's weird in a good way. Like, this is very strange feeling, but it's also, like, fits a lot of this cool stuff. It ticks most of my boxes, which is the big thing. Tell me about the birds, is what I wanted to say. I mean, like, the boots could genuinely be... Because, again, like, we're talking on the idea that he's got, like, pieces of armor on him, so I am probably going to make this, like, part of the front of the boot, like, armored. And then the rest of it is just basically, like, travel boots, right? Kind of indicating the sense of the individual travels a lot, even though he has got this kind of noble, regal-esque styling to him. He's not a noble that sits at home. He's like a noble person, arrogant and all, but he is, nonetheless, he goes and sees things himself. Right? No, you know what energy, like, I'm partly getting from how it feels? Have you guys watched, Good Omens? Or read Good Omens? It really reminds me of a lot of those sequences where it's, Crowley and Azaz, I can't remember his name. I'm gonna not be able to pronounce it as well. Aziraphale? Aziraphale. I think it was Aziraphale. Are just, like, meeting each other at, like, events in history. And it's like that sort of stuff. Like, he just feels like the kind of individual that's not omnipresent, he just turns up to events. Are wings always there? No, they'll probably not always be there, but they are definitely a very big part of his general aesthetic. I doubt I'll have the, if I was to do this design, I doubt I'll have the wings on all the time because they'll just get in the way of the screen, right? Don't watch or read stuff. Good Omens is a good one. It's very fun. Devil's Ranger character we made? No, it's more that, like, they are there, admittedly in that series, they are there for the purpose of actually enacting God's will, because it is literally a demon and an angel. But it is very much like the events of the world, they just happen to keep meeting up at them. It's like, oh, I haven't seen you in a few hundred years, how have you been? Stuff like that. Again, it is a demon and an angel. They're not supposed to be friends, but they are friends. That is the beauty of Good Omens. It is a phenomenal story, and if you want an example of how phenomenal it is co-written by the same guy that did Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. If you think that movie and or show, book was amazing, then you'll understand why this one's great. But it's very much just like, it's just someone that turns up for large-scale events. Not even on purpose, per se, but just keeps being there, categorizing, cataloging, yada yada yada. They're lovers. The series makes a very good effort of making that clear. But, like, not... Like, it's one of those things where it's like, everyone's like, they're lovers. But also, they're not. Right? Until much later on. And then they kind of accept that a little bit. Again, it's got bromance in it. It's great. They literally fight Angel and Heaven together. There's one sequence I absolutely love, because, like, Hell has hellfire, and Heaven has holy water, and a demon would die in holy water, and a angel would die in hellfire. And there is a scene where basically, to execute them, they swap the resources, and they get in and they're perfectly fine, and it turns out that they actually swapped, they swapped who they looked like. So Crowley was Aziraphale, and Aziraphale was Crowley, so it meant that Crowley was in heaven pretending to be an angel, and was in hellfire, which is what demons love. So he's just standing there in the hellfire, and they're like, the fuck do we do? And then the exact inverse was the case down in hell, with Crowley sitting in a bath, well, Aziraphale, but looking like Crowley sitting in a bath and asking for a rubber ducky. It's a very fun series. This is after they beat Satan as well, if I remember correctly. Anyway, alright, so that gives a bit of an idea of the wing. Should probably fix his hand up a little bit. There we go. Okay, I want to do some soft color testing. Alright. Hey Matthew, how's it going? Let's see. Have you heard of what happened to the law in pre-release? Which thing? Do you mean the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles invading, or... Yeah, I have heard about that. Apparently a lot of people were very upset by that, and I'm like, okay? Like, I get being, disappointed on something, but, like, that seems really weird of a bridge to, like, be very annoyed on. Let's see. You just yoink Ishtar's ball. Okay, what do we think of, like, a really rough coloring scheme looking like that? they would have any. To this point in time, if I recall correctly, numbers-wise, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is supposed to be the same size as Spider-Man, which means that of the 43 confirmed rare mythics that have been accounted for, out of, what was it, 63? So it's very likely not all of them are actually out and just haven't been shown. I would not be surprised if by accident now every single one of them can be found if we dug into it. Don't know about the gloves. What, do you want them a different color, or do you think no gloves? But yeah, no, someone did the math for it all, and assumedly speaking, yeah, no, it would have been all of them. They blend too well with the arm. Well, I mean, that's why the cuffs are there, right? I could make them a little lighter, yes. Oops. That was the wrong drag button. What is this art? This art is playing around with the VTuber design. Dragon, considering the age. Well, I mean, the idea is that this is an individual that's timeless, right? So, like, looking old is not per se essential. That's the benefit. Like, what we've kind of gone through with the discussion of the design so far today is that, like, to give an idea, we made the joke that, like, what was it? The belt is, like, theoretically, it's like, it's Hercules' belt from God of War, right? So, like, it's a joke at, like, he just probably goes through history, sees an outfit or attire or something that he's like, I like that, I'm taking that. One-winged angel? No, 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 he is supposed to be two wings. I've just not bothered to color in the other side because it's not, like, done up at all. Like, if you want, I can, yeah, that's the reasoning, is because it's not, like, closed up properly. There is where it's not closed up. There. I will not deny that is pure laziness. I can't be asked redrawing up that kind of style of wing on the other side. I need to do something with these. do this for now, but I can probably play around with it a bit more. Something like that maybe. And instead turn this into no, I do like them being black. This will probably be shiny. So like that, maybe. And then maybe I do these as that as well. Just mix it all together. And then I probably will take this in. That piece that was popular during no. But like the idea even is like the staff, like we made the joke, it's like this was the first branch of the first tree before they were even called trees, and he's like, I like that, I want to walk around to that, and he just fucking ripped off the first branch. Literally, like, from the Garden of Eden kind of energy of, like, I like that tree, yoink. He's literally... No, can we make it canonically that's from the fucking Garden of Eden, the tree with the apples on it? He just takes this while the fucking conversation's happening between Eve and Lucifer. As they're, like, having their fucking discussion, and he's just like, oh, don't mind me. Yoink. Okay. You have it. Bye. That feels very, very on brand for the idea that we've put forward with this so far. Don't mind me. I'm just cutting through here. Alright. Okay, so if this is our design so far, roughly speaking, what do we feel like might need to change? Apple's too high and he took the branch, just gave the apple away. Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, I don't want this red thing though. Fuck that. Yeah, you have it. Bye. Man accidentally gives humanity free will. Whoops. Look, don't blame me for that, Chief. That was the other guy. Yeah, that young one, the fucking, was it Lou? Lou something. He's got a few titles, I can't be asked to remember them all, you know? Such a dumb idea. Again, it's with mixing three aesthetics, which makes this very, very weird. That is why this is such a weird, like, play around idea. It's demon, dragon, and fallen angel, right? Lou, yeah. It's Lou. Don't blame me, there was the snake, it was his fault. In fact, he's there, points at a random angel. Exactly. It's like, look, is that him over there? And it's just the fucking scene from Has-Been Hotel. Wait, let me find the, Hotel... I want to find the clip that just popped into my head. No, we'll go sneak away. Sneak away.
You are a handsome young man. Such a charm.
Shut up. God, that was an ego boost. You're a handsome young man. Okay, this is like the most ghetto way I could find it quickly. Looks like someone's just straight up like recorded the screen. It's like, so yeah, it's don't blame me for giving humanity free will. It was that one fucking snake. It was his fault. It's that guy over there, see?
Dad?
Do not see me. I have magical empathy.
Dad?
I'm not here, you're dreaming. This is a dream.
that scene right there. See, it's that guy over there. You're dreaming. Failed Jedi attempt, exactly. You're dreaming. Not there. It's fucking canon now. That's the best part, right? It's like, I swear this guy's walking through like life, and he just like comes to some people. He doesn't happen to hide anything for a little while. It's like, you're the devil. You're this. It's like, no. I don't want the fucking career that guy's gone. It keeps fucking happening, man. It's not my fault. Stop blaming me for this shit. Where were you during 1940 to 1945? I was crashing on an old mate's place. Look, the devil. Kind of racist, but okay. Yeah, no, actually, Jen, that's so fucking good. That's so, I'm gonna use that now. It's like, oh my god, it's the devil. It's like, okay, I was kind of racist, but alright. I'm just... No, I was crashing on a friend's house. No, what was the meme? And I'm gonna say this tentatively because this is a joke that me and my friend make on a regular basis to fuck with people, and it is purely for fun and games. Is that when someone asks you about World War II, you go, wait, is that the war between the right guys and the good guys? And now you're in a situation where it says more about you who you attribute to what than it says anything about me. I didn't say anyone. I didn't say who. But now... Again, not condoning any actions that were done during a war, because fuck that. But now you've got a problem. You can't say who you think is what, because then you become really fucking messed up. I'm safe. Again, purely for humor's sake. Purely for humor's sake. Crashing with the minions during the time, that's what I'm hearing. I mean... Oh my god, imagine... No. It's a thought experiment. It's a great one because it's interesting because, again, in the nicest sense, you've now created a dilemma where the person has to figure out who were good and who were right. Now, I've said before a couple of things that, again, I don't want to make this a fucking discussion, really. I'm gonna really cut this off really quickly. But there has to be an acknowledgement that no matter how history paints it, everyone was the bad guy. That's the beauty of that situation, is that I have now proposed a debate point in your head that you cannot openly debate because you are now left with this problematic scenario that no matter which side you say is the which, that means you say that the other side is that, and you're like, fuck. It's like, were the allies the good guys or the right guys? Well, that means that you're saying that the other is the case with the others. It's like, none of that feels right. It's great. Again, I love my confusing ultimatums like that, or just meme shit, where you are now left to internalize problems. So my favorite shirt is the #1 Star Wars fan, and it's the Star Trek Enterprise, or the Starship Enterprise on the shirt, right? Because that just you can see in the brains of people you walk past the confusion that happens from that. To be fair, I did hear something the other day that made me chuckle, and I'm not going to repeat it because it is something that only works because of the people that were saying it, but there was a joke made that I did laugh at recently that I'm like, I shouldn't be laughing at this as much as I am. Because I've recently been watching some, again, like I said, I updated myself on the news, so I did watch 1 or 2 satire news reports done by, I think it was like The Daily Show or some shit. And one of the jokes they had in that was just, it played on things really well, but in a way that's like, oh dear God, you cannot repeat that. Because just explaining it alone just comes off bad. And I kind of love that humor. Humor that only you can get away with because of who you are. It's always a good time. Anyway. Anything else we feel like we want to try around with this design? Before I start, trying to refine it and move it onto the other angles. Never fully dressed without a smile. I think we reached a good point. To be fair, I could probably be finishing up stream soon because we've apparently been going for nearly 5 hours. I just noticed that. Shit, reminded of a Joker post? Oh no. A piece of fashion that was popular during Henry VII rule. I'm not putting cock armor on my VTuber model. Now that's when you can use that clip command. Should I make a command that gives a list of commands? I probably should, right? I mean, I'm gonna probably put up a socials command zone. Sure, boys. Ballsy, goddammit. Sounds good. Yeah, like, I probably should do that. I need to probably tweak how the commands trigger, though. Because I feel like the location would have to change from anywhere to start, right? So I don't accidentally trigger all the commands off you using the command, like, get the commanding. And about layout in your page. To be fair, Twitch we do need to do stuff with at some point, because I still don't have a fucking, layout on there. Admittedly, this is one of those times where, again, a lot of this keeps getting pushed further and further back on me doing it, purely because, I feel like I should have a model design, locked in before I really start, like, doing a lot of the cosmetics and such for the stream. Top hat? I don't think I can ever get away with top hat purely because if we take away the color for a moment, right? And just remind, like, this is more of like the alternate face when it starts getting more extreme. In fact, again, the wings would probably be part of that technically. But, like, we don't have room for a hat. I do think coloring is going to be a big one, though. I'm going to have to play around with a lot of the coloring. Because I'm still not quite happy with these. These remind me a lot of riding boots, though. Like, a lot, looking at them now. So I feel like there's some stuff that needs to change with it. Like riding boots, but not in a good way. About some jewelry that was on the news recently. I just don't know how you got them. I mean, I kind of want to change this bit here to an actual, like, chain and put a piece of jewelry on it, maybe. Like, ironically. Right? That's something that I've definitely considered. I could put a ring or something on there as well, like just a little bit of flair. I don't know if I want to put too much on though, because there's some complications that comes with adding too much jewelry, because then you'd kind of want to have like the visuals to make them look nice. Keep in mind, like, a lot of the texturing is going to change how the colors work for each piece, though. Because we're obviously going to try and make, like, this will look cloth, this will look like a nice quality, probably, as well. This will be very important. This all would be quite, like, fluffy, sort of, esque. The collar and the cuffs. Obviously the wings, the coloring's very loosely done because I'd probably do proper shading on that. And obviously the face is still very basic. Because, like, the eyes are going to be a big deal. I'm probably going to make the eyebrows a little bit more egregious. Because they tend to be in the design that we're working from. Which is, in a sense, backwards engineering, like, has-been styling. Gotta go now, but before I do, I have one thing to ask. It seems to me that it's a dragon VTuber, right? It's, again, these three here are the best way to look at it. Demon, dragon, and fallen angel, kind of all amalgamated together. So it is a little bit of all three of them, and all that. It's not strictly anything in particular, though. If you were to put this on a magic card, its creature typing would probably be quite egregious. It would probably be just easier to put it as fucking everything. I don't know. Like, that's the point, is it predates the idea I've always had in my head is if this character was ever asked, god damn it. But if this character was ever asked actually what they are, it's like, I am a thing. I am something that is from before things were getting names. So I am just a thing. I am not a demon, I am not a dragon, I am not a fallen angel. These were things that were named after me. Like, after my time. I get those labelings not because I am them, but because I appear like what people perceive them as. There's even a joke that could be made that the reason why, like, going to that, like, Garden of Eden joke, it's like, this guy probably actually was, in a sense, maybe, Lucifer in that moment. He just remembers a snake and a girl that wanted an apple, and he wanted a branch, and he took that. I was the original angel, but never, I never was one. Kind of, right? Again, it's like, there's even a joke there to be made of, like, this, I predate the concept of God. It's like, it's not that I am a god, it's that I just, that's the point I always want to stress with this character. It is not that he is all-powerful, it is just that he is ancient and knows things. Right? Which is something I can pull off, because that's kind of how I come off sometimes. I'm just old and I know a fucking lot of random crap. And I'm very good at researching, so... He's a knower, yeah. He's a knower, not a shower, I mean, what? But it's that idea is what I want to play with the most with this character's design, is... this aspect that we don't have to label everything, in a sense. Not everything has to be labeled, and is why I play with the joke that, yeah, I can probably make a female version of him, of, like, this character, and it'd be fine. And logically within the lore, makes sense that he'll look like that. The old thing, yeah. But, like, that's the joke in it as well, right? So that's why it's, like, it's all hyper-ambiguous. To leave room for doing whatever the fuck I want with it. But, yes, the character is probably going to come off as a demon most of the time. Especially based off the song that I've written for them. Which I've talked about it before. Again, they just kind of accept any of the titles and names put to them. Meme found, oh no. Oh yes, yes, I love that Joker one. Only one ear and half a brain cell, but bless your fancy words, funny old man, god damn it. But no, it's a nice idea. That's the charm of a lot of it, is I like that ambiguity, that, like, playing around with the idea that one does not simply have to be something. They can just be, and do their best. And that's what we're playing with. Which is actually advice I give to people. This is the perfect time to reveal that you have already done this, and this is the form you chose to take. I mean, like, that's the point, is that it's also, like, the charm... The charm we have is that in the lore of this character is he can appear as whatever the fuck he wants. Right? That's why we have, like, a female Malith visual thing that we can play with, because, like, I can just do that, because theoretically he's such an ambiguous concept that... Whatever. Could I draw them, again, like a biblically accurate angel? Sure, because he probably looks like one from time to time, because he feels like it. And fuck it, why not, right? It's... Again, I like the idea of ambiguous nature, but some consistencies. The main consistency is going to probably be color theming, and smile. Right? Is those like the two things, like mainly purples and blacks when possible, and a smile, and probably eye color, I'm gonna be honest. The eye color's gonna probably stick. You could also make him Miku. Hey now, I wasn't gonna say that until, That's a spoiler for later. Oh my god, is that Hatsune Miku? No, this is Malith. But yeah, no, it's the fun idea that I have with the character that it leaves enough room that I can do whatever story I want with them. It means that I can do whatever I would like to enjoy playing around with design-wise. It's, in a sense, kind of the beauty that, like, Iron Mouse has, is, like, loosely speaking, her core design is that she is Satan, right? Right? This thing is older than time cosplaying as Miku. I want it known that this guy does not recognize any, like, entity as a god or anything like that. He just recognizes the thing, aside from Miku. Canonically speaking, that is the only one he recognizes. Like, oh no, that's a deity. It's like, those Norse fellas, they're just a noisy bunch. No, that's an actual deity. We need to stop writing shitpost lore. God damn it. This is her world and we all just live in it. God damn it. Alright, I think we'll finish up here for today though. I think we've made a huge amount of progress with the design. We'll probably come back either later this week or next week, and keep developing further on this. Right? Because I like the idea of playing around with this more. Again, we're not finalizing the design at any stage right now. We are just experimenting with what we can do. And see, like, what is possible, what is visually doable with our character, and what we want to see. That's why, again, even now, I'm still not locked in with this. I'll post this over on the Discord again, over in the important things, so to those that are curious or interested in maybe, like, looking at it further or coming back to it at another time and giving ideas towards it, please do, because again, I cannot stress enough, this is something I want to keep playing around with. And the best description I can give is I would like to make the most perfect design I can. So, I've copied that, I'll go... Where do you want it? Do we want it in show off or important? I feel like important makes more sense. You're important to me. Shut the God damn it, Jen. I'll go put it in important. Right, here is... Okay, there we go. Alright, now, since we're finishing up, let me go post that. And I will set up a raid. I assume, who is streaming at the moment? God damn it, what are you clipping? Is anyone streaming at the moment to raid? I prefer someone that I can raid on both platforms. Don't think so. So I think we'll just end for today. Okay, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.